Well, like every time we come here, every time we arrive, there's always something going on. And we just had a KC-135 depart just about 10-15 minutes ago. But we do have a C-5 Galaxy arriving. And if I got this right, they could be using runway 10. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. Let's get this ride. This would be quite nice if they're using runway 10, but I'm not sure. The KC-135 departed using runway 10, but I'm feeling they may be using runway 28 for this one. We'll have a look. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to a very sunny Suffolk at RAF Mildenhall, home of the heavies, as well as a mixture of aircraft as well. I hope you all had a good weekend. Hope you all had a fantastic time. I wonder if it is using runway 10. I'm going to find out in just a moment. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, on the controls. How are we all doing? It feels like we've been away, and we have, really. It's been amazing. I think the last show we did was at Holbeach Air Weapons Range, a place that we had an F-15, or a set of F-15s blowing up and shooting stuff, literally. And this is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. And welcome to RAF Mildenhall, and I hope you're all well. Right, let's find out what's happening with this C5. Oh, we could get lucky. This would be nice, wouldn't it? To get a C5 using runway 10. Right, let's have a quick sort out really quickly. Right, so aircraft that are actually based here are as follows. So we've got the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, and their squadron is the 351st Air Refeuling Squadron, and they fly the KC-135, which we should hope to see a bit later on. And next up, in front of us, we've got the CV-22 Osprey. Now, the squadron is flown by the 7 Special Operations Squadron. Now, the wing itself is the 352nd Special Operations Wing. Oh, yeah. The group itself is the 752nd. Now, the group also flies with their 67th Special Operations Squadron, the souped up, modified MC-130J Commando 2. And the group also flies the C-146 Wolfhound. We've also got a detachment, or at least a deployment, of the RC Rivet Joint, the RC-135 variety, flown by the 55th Wing. And you do get to see combat scent, constant Phoenix, and of course the traditional Rivet Joint as well. Got a good feeling about the C5 Galaxy, which does look like it's on arrival for runway 10. Runway numbers are runway 10 and runway 28 here at RAF Mildenhall. It is a United States Air Force base. In fact, to be exact, it's to be more accurate, it is a USAF base, United States Air Forces in Europe. The exciting thing about Mildenhall is that you never know what you're going to get. Bless you. Almost looks like it's going backwards, the tow truck, doesn't it, in a way, if you know what I mean. Optical illusion. You can get a glimpse of the the MC-130J. Now I'm just gonna concentrate to my left, because I think we've got our C5 Galaxy, and that's gonna be something, isn't it, using runway 10. How cool is that? Don't often see that here. We do see it, but it's you've got to have a little bit of luck on your side. Right, what I'll do, let's just position this a little bit different now. Get a bit more room. There you go, then. There you go. A bit more room now. There now. I'll tell you what. Ted, Claire and I had a bit of an adventure, and it feels like we've been away for a week or something, because you know when you just leave early, for like mega early, for a day trip or a weekend away, it make a big difference to make you feel like you've had a really long holiday. Now there is an engine run going on at the moment. Flexing going on one of the KC-135s. It's a big one, this C5. First flight of the C5 Galaxy on the 30th of June 1968. You know, the ones with those smoky engines. Should be turning now over sort of like the Ely sort of direction. The first ever C-5A delivered to the US Air Force on the 17th of December 1969, and the wings were built up in the early 70s at Altus Air Force Base, Oklahoma. Oh yeah. The C-5's first mission was on the 9th of July 1970 in the Southeast Asia during the Vietnam War. Today it's powered by General Electric F138-100 turbofan engines, and they pump out a massive 51,000 pounds of thrust each. It's got a nice speed of 532 or so miles per hour. That's a Mach 0.79. It's not even I can hear a KC-135 on the move, but that would be good. It does have a service ceiling of 41,000 feet, and it's what it can carry is impressive. I mean, empty weight alone anyway is 380,000 pounds. That's 172,365 kilos or so. It's got a wingspan of 222 feet, that's 222 feet and 9 inches, that's 67.89 meters. That's a lot of TEDs if anyone wants to work that out. You can take 36 master pilots, that's 463 litre pallets. That's 281,000 pounds. So that's about 459 kilos of salmon. So the C5 Galaxy, C-5M Galaxy can take around about 57,486 pieces of whole salmon, on an average salmon weighing around 3 kilos. Okay, here we go. effortless landing. 53,436 pieces of salmon in there. Oh yeah. Well, it can do if it wanted to. Alright, leave in the comments how many wheels you think the C-5 Galaxy has. Go on, have a guess, do it now. How many wheels? We've said this on a few of our streams and shows. Have a guess, how many wheels the C-5 Galaxy has. Scanning over here. Hello. Cool, is that another one going out? We don't often start the show with a C-5, especially landing on... We're a bit fortunate, the wind is kind of like bang in the middle. We could get departures from both sides. So if you're regular to the show, you will know that the C-5 Galaxy is a 28-wheeler. Oh yeah. Is this going to backtrack? What's going on here? This would be quite a fun shot. I know the perspectives have kind of gone now, but you got to appreciate that the KC-135 is, of course, closer to us from the C-5 by maybe 2,000 feet. Looking at the markers, perhaps. This is a good start. Considering I missed one when I got, well, I didn't miss it, it was here, but there we go. Blackjack, thanks Perry. Yep, it's blackjack for those who are playing our bingo. Wonderful. Well, if you haven't done so already, make sure you've downloaded our Brize Bingo, the Mildenhall edition. Available free on our website. There are 6 varieties of bingo cards to play interactively here with us. Choose wisely. So if C5 is on there, or visiting aircraft even is on there, then that scores a double, really. Rules are simple. If it's actually in the air, it counts. And there are a few KC-135s as well on there individually. So if you've got, I can't remember if Blackjack is on there. It might be. There's a selection of with regards to the rules, I do get it that Rodders can't fly, which is the hare or rabbit, either one will do. That doesn't have to fly, all right, to count as a bingo score. So if Rodders is on the ground, it counts. Which, if we see a flying hare, that could potentially end the stream because I've either, you know, had a good night last night or something, but or the hare. Anyway, look, just enjoy this. Bet those sounds were good on that KC-135 just then. Looking lively, sounding lively at Lake and Efe, our neighbours across the road, about 5.5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow. Well, a good start to the show, really. A C5 landing here on runway 10, when I mean here, which is pretty cool. And a KC-135 backtracking. Backtracking is actually using the runway to taxi in the opposite direction. Big shout out to Team Mildenhall. How you all doing? Hope you're good. And of course, don't forget the stream checklist to give us a thumbs up, hit the like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And if you are subscribed or just subscribing, don't forget to hit that notification bell button where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel then, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you're all good. Right, let's have a look to see if we got anything else happening in the very near moments. I think we're all good. Well, what an absolutely awesome few days Claire and I and Ted have had. It's been absolutely incredible. Really has been. It's been non-stop fun, really. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. What? Don't really know where to start, really, with the since Friday, really. Claire and I and Teddy got up really early. We drove all the way to RAF Valley, which we were honoured to have invites to go to the Families Day, which was absolutely amazing. So thanks to all those involved helping us to get tickets for that. It was invite only. It was not open to the public. And it was such a lovely buzz to meet all of our fans in Wales, all of our fans at RAF Valley, which was absolutely incredible. Really, really was a nice buzz. It was such a lovely family atmosphere. It was extremely windy, like it normally is at Valley. But it was lovely to meet you all. You know, it is about a 4-hour drive to get there, but it was just amazing. Met the wonderful, met Jude. Lovely to meet Jude, Poil, and other fans as well that we met. Really, really touching to see Richard as well. Richard with Bear Force as well, with the charity. Absolutely incredible. Really was. Helen and Neil, thank you. And honestly, amazing. Really, really, absolutely amazing to meet all of you there. Really was. And I did a little members video, just little snippets, because I actually just didn't really film much, just enjoyed it, really. It was really, really good. And then what I decided to do was make a weekend out of it. So we went to Llandudno, which is a really quite a popular resort, I believe, a beach resort with a lovely pier, and there's so much to do there. We're coming back, we're going back there. But we stayed there straight after Valley. We went to there, just thought I'd make a weekend out of it. We had a lovely time. Got to see Punch and Judy show, which is still going, which is nice to see. We didn't get the tram ride because it was so busy, the queues, but we took the land train around the Great Orme, which was amazing. The views, recommended to do that with Conwy Castle. It sounds like a little tourist stream at the moment, but it was. But that's what the channel's about, isn't it? Mix it up a bit. But it was amazing. You know, we took the land train. You can get it from the pier, and it's about, I think it's about £10 each or something. I think it was about that. And it takes you. It's about an hour. It's an hour, over an hour, with a little break at the little cafe up Great Orme, where it used to be a lighthouse. Near that lighthouse, that's actually it's actually accommodation, which is actually booked up for 3 years at the moment, so you really need to plan ahead for that one. But that was good. Like I said, Llandudno, really recommended. I will be back to do a show, but before I do talk about Valley and going back, the next day, which was yesterday, we were treated to it was a Roll of Honour 25-26 reveal. It was a Sally B Members Day, a bit like the BBMF Members Day, but this was a Sally B Members Day. Absolutely amazing. Big shout out to the Sally B crew and Ellie Salimbo and all her crew, PK and Nigel, Steve and all the crew. I shouldn't really mention names because I forget, but there was Joe, Hannah, and others. Andy. But yeah, anyway, look, without mentioning all the names and forgetting this and that, it was amazing. Really was. And the D-Day darlings were great, who were, I think they were a bit fond of Ted. They grabbed Ted. Claire was holding him and they grabbed him. And for members, there was a short video I put on last night for you to have a look at. His berry didn't come off, which was amazing. Right, so RAF Valley. The return. So I'm planning in sometime in I think September. I'm planning that in, or October. I've had a look at some of the dates. I wrote it down, but not here, so that's great, Nikos. But at least I wrote it down at home. It's September or October. I've got some dates put in. I think it is more like October. Pretty sure I've put October, but I will be back, and of course, naturally, when I'm there, I'll work my way down through to the Mac Loop. But next month's exciting because we're heading north. We've got RAF Lossiemouth, we've got the Lake District, and again, there's so much going on with the Ted Coningsby channel to bring you a nice mix. This was a little last-minute change out. I've changed Coningsby to tomorrow now, so enjoy. And the wind is in our favour again for 07. Which, not unfavourable, but it's quite nice to have a little bit of a mix of runways, and having 07, so the runway right where, taken off from where we are, let's say, that should be quite a good show. We've got, yeah, we should have a nice, hopefully a busy one, busy 5-day full week this week. And yeah, that's about it at the moment, because it's constantly changing. It's quite, as the channel's getting bigger, I need to get you a nice kind of like variety, so planning is constantly changing. Even when I've planned something, I'm like, nah, I won't do that one. There's all sorts of things going on in the background. We've got November, we've got RAF Leeming, and then we'll work our way to the Lake District, or vice versa. If you remember, I think it was a year ago, we did it back to front. We went to the Lake Districts first and then worked our way down, so it could be that. It is all weather dependent. When you start getting into November, the weather can be really reactive to the Lake District, so you've got to be mindful of that. The clouds just seem to hang around, that kind of thing, but it's been great. Tomorrow, if I did promise, I think I mentioned it on the streams, I was going to show you the silver play button award from YouTube for reaching 100k subscribers. I was going to do it today, but I thought it'd be better to do it at Coningsby because that's where it began, so I'll do that as well. So any questions at all while we're waiting? I'm going to have a little quick drink of tea while I can. Before the next movements. Like I said, when I got here, it was just a KC-135 that I missed on the show for you, but it's standard. Every time I pull up here, something is taken off. Every time without fail, but that's the way it is. It doesn't matter if I'm late or early, something will happen here. But enjoy. I'm just going to grab a cup of tea. Be right back. Right. It's a little bit peaceful here, isn't it? Well, it's a good start to the morning anyway. C5 coming in and a KC going out. Oh yeah. How's it going, ladies and gents? Steady bears, hope we're all good. So yes, you may know now that we are at Coningsby tomorrow. A little bit of a change of plan, but all is good. Oi oi Jimbo, how you doing? Hope you're good. Edward Coates, Margot Baxter, Helen Scott, Wee Stevie Boy, Mike 2Do Delta, how you doing? Hank Verhuel, Alan Burden, Bo Selector, Gucci Man, Davey, Liuva Dahan, how you doing as well? Matt Hanzo, very good morning to all of you. Hope you're all good. René de Gouy. Okay, so I'm just gonna, oh yeah, it's all about tea. You can't go anywhere without tea. Ruin a good day without tea, you know. So I drink a very special blended brew of mixed everything. All right, it could have Yorkshire tea in there, Tetley, PG, all of it. Twinnings, or with the little finger out, Twinings. Yes. Yeah, so Tetley, everything. Just bung it in. If it's on offer, Typhoon, that's all in there. If it's on offer, we'll get it. And it just goes in this huge jar. And it will infuse. It's got a very distinctive taste, although don't put Earl Grey in there, even though I do drink Earl Grey. It will just overpower it. So it's a nice blend of TCS tea. Leonardo DiCaprio, how you doing? Hope you're good. Watching from Miami at the moment, are you, bro? Thanks, man. Jake, how you doing with the carrots? Wee Stevie Boy, how you doing? Wings and Wonder, how's it going? Hey, you see, I don't eat biscuits or sweets. I'm more of a savoury, so I'd rather have some chips with my tea. I know it might sound strange, but I'm a savoury person. Probably why I still got teeth. I've always been like that since I was a kid. Like, I remember when I was Christmas parties. My colleagues will have, especially at Christmas. I just have like a starter for my dessert. Because I didn't eat the dessert. Don't get me wrong, I do eat desserts, but not often. I've got to really, really crave for it, which is like twice a year. Hell yeah. Matt Foster, not a bad shout. How you doing as well? And also good luck to Ollie Brown, who's got a very important day. Ollie has. got his assessment day at Cranners. So good luck, Ollie, and I'm sure you're going to make yourself, Mum, Dad, Rich proud, man. Go for it. All the best from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel. So Lakenheath just making the noise. They're only about 5.5 miles away the backwards crow flies. We are planning to be there. We should be there Friday, and I might squeeze in Wednesday as well. Who's at the Lake District. Oi oi to you, hope you're well. Looks good, good views there, apart from the cloud, which is expected to clear. Try and get some long distance shots. Let's have a look. Can you get some? Nice one, Jimbo. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Yeah, be good to see you, man. Sounds like the APU's running over there. Be good to see that go back out. Be quite good, wouldn't it? So yeah, back at TED HQ tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. It's always nice to be back at Ted's home. try and give you all the latest and greatest military aviation around the country. And yeah, next month we are heading north as far as we can go military aviation wise to RAF Lossiemouth. Again, that's another base that's packed with history and has a link with RAF Lakenheath in the likes of number 20 operational training unit that came to Lakenheath to train crew on the Vickers Wellington bomber that was stationed here. Oh yeah. What a lovely day. What's the weather looking like for the rest of the week? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, Thursday looks good. What's the wind? It's always windy on a Thursday for me. Wednesday, good. So we should, let's have a look. Thursday's wind, Thursday's wind's westerly. So I wonder what it will do Friday. It feels like we haven't done a quick climb Friday. Every time I miss one quick climb Friday, always feels like I haven't done it for years, but there we go. There's our PAPI lights that are on. Always let you know which runway's in use if you haven't got any radios or anything like that. Usually it's quite easy, straightforward. You just all depending on the wind direction, so aircraft will take off into the wind, but it's a little bit trickier when it's right bang in the middle, which it kind of is at the moment. If we have a look at the windsock, you'll see what I mean. So, although veering, yeah, okay, I agree, it's veering more for runway 10, but if you have a look at this building here, one of the original World War II buildings, which I managed to find a photo of in 1940s, which was quite spectacular. I really love that photo. This building is original from the Second World War. Mildenhall, built in 1934, for those that don't know, so very, very early, sort of the interwar period between the First and the Second World War, before, of course, 5 years before the war began, but the realism of a continental threat with the world sort of unsettled, and quite rightly so, because luckily we did. And just to give you an idea of military airfields, during the First World War we had around 300 military airfields, and with things obviously calmed down and finished in 1924 we had just 27 military airfields, but things weren't looking good, so things were being expanded, rebuilt, lots of airfields. And just to give you an idea of the sheer amount, by around sort of the thick of the war, by 1944, I'd say we had around about 450 or so RAF stations and 160 United States Army Air Force stations to go with that. So around 600 military airfields during the time. Well, those stations are the ones known. There were ones, maybe about 30 or so, that were of course classified. So if you are out and about plane spotting Don't forget to wear sunscreen and potentially a hat as well in this weather. Drink plenty of fluids, plenty of water. It's quite a scorchio this week, I think.
Yeah, that's it.
What can I hear starting up? Right, let's have a little look at the PAPI lights. I haven't done this in a while actually. See if I can even remember. You know what we got here now. So yeah, we got the these are a good indicator to let you know what runway's in use. We are on each end of the runway, as in positioned by the glide slope, which the glide slope antenna itself is another.
Start
clearance, here we go. So yeah, the precision approach path indicators. Precision approach path indicators, PAPI lights. They are located at the glide slope. Now I'll go into that. This is the glide slope antenna. You may have heard of the ILS. This is the glide slope antenna. This does your height, as in your correct altitude, but it's set to here as a 3-degree angle. I'm gonna tie these in, all right, so you're not totally confused, all right? I'm gonna tie these in for you. Now, these PAPI lights set for either side of the runway. Where are we? There we go. All right, one of them sort of just outside due to the terrain. All right, so you know they're switched on. That'll tell you this is the runway in use. They're going to face this way. The level heading is pointing this way. If you're an aircraft, you're coming into land. All right, now it's positioned, like I said, by the glide slope. There it is, there's the glide slope antenna. All right, now that antenna is sending frequencies to the pilot to let them know they're either too high or too low as well. So this is a really good aid. All right, so both of these will tell you that you are at the right height. Now, what does all this mean? Now, this imaginary line, shall we call it, is called the 3-degree glide slope. All right, the glide path itself, it's a path, an imaginary, but what does all this mean? Well, let me show you a little close-up of a PAPI light that I've drawn, if you don't mind. This is the precision approach path indicators, and I've split one of these boxes in half. Now, I've done it so that the light is facing this way. All right, so you've got to imagine it's actually that way, but I thought I'd show you what's actually in the box. Let's see what you get for your money. Right, so that's the PAPI light inside. So the lights are going that way. Of course, as I showed you on the screen, it's coming towards us, right? There's a lens, a white, bright light shining brightly, okay, this way. But there's a red lens here, all right? And there's another concave lens and then another one. And it causes this, like, refraction or whatever you want to call it. Now, it's tilted, right? These are actually tilted by 3 degrees. Why? Because it's going to match the correct path, the glide path, okay? So this also helps with the ILS antenna, the glide slope antenna, but we're not going to go into that at the moment. We're just talking about this 3-degree angle. Why is that important? Well, I'll show you. Hopefully the wind's on my side. I did some maths as well with this. So there's our box. All right, I'm going to try my best. Hopefully it's not too windy. I did a bit of maths here to get this. I think we may have something taxiing out. And what I've done, I've worked out that 1 nautical mile is 318 feet. If you're 2 nautical miles out and you're coming into land, you are 636 feet out. If you're 3 miles out, you should be 955. Pilots round this off to 300 or 315. Why is that important? Because this means if you are 10 miles out coming to land, you should be around about 3,183 feet, if you want to be exact, or 3,000 feet. So this helps land, basically, which is exactly what the ILS does. It's sending out frequencies just so that it can match this line. So you land beautifully. The 3-degree glide path, the 3-degree glide slope. Does that make sense so far? So basically, those lights are, to be correct, are shining at 3 degrees. But wait, why are they white on this? Well, this is the thing. Pilot is looking for 2 white and 2 red. All right, why? Well, if we go back to my beautiful picture, if we go to this, if the pilot was too high, they'd all shine white because of this angle. They'd all show white. If the pilot was slightly high, there'll be 1 white and 3 red showing. If the pilot is spot on, i.e. 4 miles out, at exactly at 1,270 feet, then they will shine 2 white, 2 red. If the pilot was here, well, on my little chart here, if the pilot was halfway, they'd be shining 3 red, 1 white, slightly low, and if you see all red, very low, you're on the ground. That's why we can see them as red. So all red, you're very low, you're too low. 1 white, 3 red, you are slightly low. 2 white, 2 red, perfect. 3 white, 1 red, too high or slightly high. But if you see all white, you are extremely high. You're way too high. Hope that made a bit of sense. I may have messed that up a little bit, but there we go. Now, if you've got, as we mentioned, the ILS giving you frequencies anyway, why would you need the PAPI lights? Well, I'll tell you this. I'll show you some. I'll show you this. So if you are coming into land and you're looking at your ILS, and you know you've got it, you've got that angle, and you're coming into land, okay, and you're looking at the dials, you're looking at the runway, you're looking at the dials, looking at the runway, you're looking at the dials, looking at the runway. Once you've got pretty much the altitude correct on that 3-degree glide path, you don't need to then keep looking at the instruments on the ILS. You just look ahead. The pilot can look at the runway and look at the PAPI lights. That's the benefit of the PAPI lights. It's a visual, so that pilot can just look ahead and just concentrate, not too much on the instruments, looking like that all the time. That's basically a real key thing that a pilot can do. On the subject of ILS, there's something called, you may have heard, a localizer, which is this. Okay, now this this localizer, which is part of the ILS, which stands for Instrument Landing System, by the way, Instrument Landing System. This does your lateral. This actually sends frequencies to the left and to the right, so roughly 150 hertz to the left and 190 to the right. And the pilot's just got to match those frequencies in the middle. All right, so these are lateral. These do your lateral. Now these are positioned at the other end of the runway. Okay, so basically these are for runway 28. So there'll be another set of these, if they have one. The localizer for runway 10 is at the other end, whereas the ILS glide slope antenna is positioned at the runway to be in use. All right, so the one next to us is actually the ILS glide slope antenna for runway 10 here. The runway 28 glide slope antenna is, well, I don't know if we can even see it. Somewhere down there. We have a bit of dust on here. Let's get rid of that. Just going to do a bit of windscreen wiping. There we go, that should do it. There we go. Right, something's sounding lively, isn't it? Looks like our MC-130. Hopefully this results to a hopefully this concludes to a departure.
Oh, here we go then. This is good, this looks good. Not bad, is it? Look at another departure. You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. It's 9:38 GMT. Hope we're all good. Another aircraft. Yeah, it's another one. This is the MC-130J Commando 2. Nice variety. Now this is the Special Ops, the Night Owls 67 Special Operations Squadron. Usual call sign Strix after Stringas, Greek for a nocturnal night owl. I think Strix is the Latin of it. Just he's making some noise over there. specialised version of the C-130J, almost like a special pimped up version of the souped up version of the Super Hercules. It's used by special operations missions, or for special operations missions, designed specially for low-level clandestine operations, including the infiltration and exfiltration as well. You've got resupply of special forces, as well as the capability to air refuel as well, and it can refuel its buddy aircraft in the group, the CV-22 Osprey as well. Powered by 4 Rolls-Royce AE 2100 D3 turboprop engines as well, smashing out 4,637 shaft horsepower. I was going to say that's a mega engine. It's got a six-bladed Doughty R391, and now I do get asked as what they're made of. They're made of basically carbon fibre, carbon composite for lightweight, and their constant speed, fully feathering, reversible pitch as well. Now, Doughty propellers are a British engineering company based in Brockworth in Gloucestershire. Did you know that? That's where they make the Doughty propellers. They've been making propellers since 1937, I believe, for both Bristol and Rolls-Royce engines. They featured on the Hawker Hurricane, the Supermarine Spitfire as well. Now it is. Thought I'll add that in for you. And there is a gentleman here who his sole purpose, his sole work here at RAF Mildenhall is to service, maintain, look after, repair the propellers. That's all he does. That is his job here, and he's been doing that, I believe, for decades. If I'm wrong, sorry about that, but the way, if I remember correctly, a gentleman been doing it for a very, very long time. Diameter of these propellers, by the way, they're 4.1 meters, that's 13 feet 6 inches. They weigh 314.8 kilos, that's 694 pounds. Awesome. They're hydraulic constant speed counterweight, they're also reversible and full feathering. Here we go, let's see them in action. There it is.
Beautiful. Well, what a good day we've had, eh? C-5 on arrival, KC-135 departure, and an MC-130J departure. Not bad. Amazing, isn't it? And this is what it can air-to-air refuel with those pods. Something's going on over here, isn't it? Let's have some of this. Oi, oi. Punched out some smokes. Listen to this. Here we go. Rack 'em. Aspen, how you doing? Hope you're good. So here we go. Time to beat up some circuits, I think. This is the CV-22 Osprey Special Ops Lady Shanty Teddy Bears, and we've seen it do troop extraction CASEVAC exercises right here in this very base place. You know how it is.
We should see it taxiing very shortly. First flight, 19th of March 1989. Get ready for this. From Marine Corps to US Air Force. It's been all over and served in all undesirable locations. That's what it's for. It's got the agility of a helicopter and speed of a plane. US Navy, US Marine Corps, US Air Force, other air forces as well, such as the Japan Self-Defense Forces as well. I think, other operators are France, India, Indonesia. Can carry 24 troops seated or 32 troops floor loaded. 20,000 pounds, 9,100 kilos of internal cargo as well. Does have a machine gun on the ramp. You can even fit an M1161 Growler light vehicle in there. Wingspan 45 feet 10 inches. Powered by two Rolls-Royce T406 AD400 turbo prop, turbo shaft engines, 6,150 horsepower each. The rotors are 2 times 38 feet, okay, so 38 feet each, that's 12 meters for each one. The main rotor area is around 2,268 square feet, argue. Max speed of around 316 miles per hour. Stall speed 110 knots, that's 130 miles. G limits at +4 or -1 as well. Like I said, you can arm it with a 7.62 M240 machine gun on the back, or M2 Browning machine gun. You can also have a retractable remote control belly machine gun as well. Get ready. Special Forces time, here we go. They may even use runway 28. What I mean by that is literally heading towards us on the takeoff, usually, but we'll see. Doesn't really matter. CV-22 Osprey to add to the list. So it's going to be... Oi, oi! Big shout out to the base just there. we go. KC-135 as well. dear. I don't often sneeze on the stream, but of course, how bad my sneeze was. Thank you. Okay, watch this space on that because I've got a feeling it may be doing some circuits. I'm just going to go and get some water. Didn't realise I had that much power on my sneeze to make a CV-22 take off like that. There we go. My name's Nick, cameraman and commentator. I hope you're all good and enjoying this really active Mildenhall today. Keep an eye on that. I've got a feeling it may be doing some circuits, like I said, but you never know. Keep an eye on it. It is turning this way now. Oh, what was that? That didn't sound good, did it? He is turning round. Yes, if you joined us this morning, here it comes back round. That sound, don't panic, it was the wing mirror of a van that just come off.
driving the wrong side of the road over here, isn't it?
I can hear another. I know we had a KC-135 arrive, but I can definitely hear one not too far away actually. Hey man. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Nice, sweet and neat air test by the look of it. Stay tuned, because I think we got more. Oh yeah, me too. I love the Ospreys. They are definitely much loved at Pole Beach Range when they come, because they just look mean. You know, I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't want to be that poor target, eh? Perez, Mattman Bush, how you doing? Hope you had a good time in Wales. Hope you enjoyed it there. We Stevie Boy and Elizabeth Cox, Gucci Man Blocks, Simon John 2003. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Edward Coates, hope you're good. Mark Moody, Bruce Macaulay, oi to you. John Minter, Davey, Leah. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's feeling good. I think it's time for a cut it. Yeah, be right back. What a good day. Been a very active day with not a lot of waiting, which is pretty cool. How you doing, Chris? All right?
Yes, mate, good.
Yeah, good.
My legs a bit long, so making these went a bit quiet, so we thought we'd try and find this place.
Yes, it's non-stop. It's really good.
Yeah, four.
Right, got. Then this. Then all of this.
Just out the window.
Yeah, it's what did you see what happened to the guy here? Too close to one of the cars. That van, did you see the van? Yeah. It's the same one.
sort of, yeah. It's hilarious. It's a left-hand drive, so yeah, you kind of get it wrong. Something to do with that there again. So, yeah. Is that right? Yes. Where you go? That makes you it's just that's fine. Let's have a look what we've got here. How we doing, ladies? Strength steady bears. Well, we've had a bit of luck with the C5 coming into land using 05, which was runway 10. It'd be nice to get a takeoff from 10, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be good? That's really blowing east now, so that's good for us. Nice cool breeze as well. You'll find wind from the east is cooler here in the UK. Very cool. A nice fair bit of movement today, which is always good anyway, isn't it? We always say aircraft are a bonus here on the channel, but when we get it, it's always buzzing. Something sounds like it's taxiing. Or is it? Oh no, it's not. It's fine. It's a little... It's one of those tugs. So Steve Sedman, congratulations on 34 months membership. Wow. Here we go again. Love it. Guards March, thank you very much. 2 months for your new badge as well, thank you. Wee Stevie Boy, member for 12 months. He's part of our fighter squadron. I started watching Masters of the Air. Nice, very good, very good. Sylvia King, thank you very much. She's put, hi all, Ted's. Hot here in Surrey. Nice one, thanks for 17 months. Steve Evans with 34 months as well. 34 months of TCS fun. Guards March to you. Thanks a lot, Steve Evans. Ian Cook with 13 months membership. Good morning everyone. 13 months of TCS time flies. Pauline Gilby with 19 months. Aircraft and Bears, perfect. And Anonymous with 4 months. Morning Nikos, Ted and Claire Mods TCS. Morning to you. Margot Baxter for Ted's achievements. Thank you very much, and a Guards March to you. Thanks for the super chat. Liu Dehan, member for 12 months. Congratulations on reaching a year. Who's put finally a year. Let's go for the next years. Thank you very much.
Rob Kennard as well, thank you very much. Watching from Devon. Oi, oi, and good morning to you all. Thanks a lot, Rob, for your super chat. And Elizabeth Cox, Guards March to you. Oi, oi, RAF Mildenhall Heavies Day. Look at the sunshine. Oi, oi, Nikos and Ted. Guards March, thanks a lot, Anne. Droning Vision, Guards March, love your content, keep it coming. I plan to visit Lakenheath, Mildenhall soon. Any particular days best to go? Is it easy to view the aircraft? Well, we'll explain in just a moment. Firstly and foremost, any military aviation is pure offline. Just turn up, that's all I can say to you. And in just a moment, I'll explain about the viewing area, although Lakenheath does have a designated official aircraft viewing area. Paul Mayers, thank you very much, and a Guards March to you. Thank you very much for the super chat, Guards March, thank you. So yeah, we are in the Nook campsite. So Ted, just 1 second mate. Let's explain the rules. So there's no, do you know what? There used to be, many years ago, an official viewing area right by the main road over there, but not anymore. Things changed. So, fortunately, we have this field here. Now, you'll need to put in the Nook campsite. It is a campsite, however, you can pay to view, so to speak. There is a field where you don't have to actually be camping here to view the aircraft, okay, in the Nook campsite, also known as John's Field, but on your Google Maps to find it, it's the Nook campsite. When you arrive, there is a fee, and it's £2 each, not per vehicle, it's £2 each, okay, so £2 per person, okay. So you pay there and do abide by any notice boards, like basically every, depending on the time of year, viewing times and gates close at different times because of the seasons, all right. In horrendous weather, you may find the gates closed so you can't view, because if I was the owner, I wouldn't want anyone stuck on here, which, yeah. So there's £2 per person. You pay in the box just as you arrive, and there's plenty of viewing space. You've got a trailer, you can have an elevated view, which you would have seen in the background as I'm panning around, which you can use. But it's a chain link fence. A lot of people do tend to just stand back to get some nice shots, which is great. But again, the rules apply. That there are toilets provided. Use the correct one. One of them is designated for for our viewing purposes. Sorry, that sounded bad, didn't it? One is designated for patrons that are staying here, and there's another one for plane spotters. Basically, that's what I wanted to say. Okay, so you've got a chain link fence. Please don't climb it. Please don't damage it in any way. It's still MOD property, and don't want to ruin it for others. This field here, all right, you can see the dark green. Okay, so from here, please don't go in that field. Can you see that, all that wheat? I think it's wheat, I don't know, but you know what I mean, these crops here. That, no. So basically, as you're driving in, to the left is an absolute zero. Do not go over there. You will be told to leave. Okay, it's this field here. This is where we can view aircraft, all right, along here. Rubbish, please take that home. I've always said in our streams, take a bin. Yeah, you could take a bin if you want. Take a bag. You can buy those swing bin liners for, like, 25 for I don't know, 1.99 or 99p, whatever. Keep them. They're a good habit. So when you're going away somewhere, picnic, put the rubbish all in the bag and take it home with you, because there's no bins provided here. Keep it clean, keep it tidy. Again, if you spot any litter, do wear gloves. Put it in your bag, take it away. Okay, so let's try and not ruin it for everyone else. Like I said, if you do spot anything suspicious, please report it. If you're unsure, write any details down, but like I've always said, do it discreetly. Sadly, the planet isn't exactly a very stable place at the moment, unfortunately. Hang on, sorry about that. That shouldn't be on. Let me just have a little. Yeah, so please do abide by the usual Ted Coningsby's sort of recommended surveillance and safe spotting, shall we say. I should actually make a little video of safe spotting. But like I've always said, if you're going to report anything, do it discreetly. Don't approach, people that, you just don't know what they're going to get up to. But if you're unsure, write it down and do it somewhere discreetly. It is a no drone zone. For those flying drones in the vicinity, you should be using your drone assist app, which will probably tell you no round here. There is a number here if you spot anyone attempting to fly a drone, report it. Like I said, there is a number here as well. Any emergencies, do call 999. We need to be safe out here. And yeah, it is one of those things now. I believe decades ago it was a very sort of, there was a bit of a stigma with plane spotting and you know, and military aviation spotting, you know, but now I guess we're an extra set of eyes and we can do a lot. But even not only for that side of things as well, on a darker side, but also on a safety aspect. If the amount of times we've spotted stuff on the runway and reported it, and we've seen it, witnessed it on the streams, so that was good. So well done to everyone. But yeah, it's a hobby that we love. It's a hobby that we enjoy. So yeah, there is no official viewing area for Mildenhall. There is one at Coningsby. There's one at Waddington. There's one at Lakenheath. I'm just trying to think. Leeming has one. Just trying to fit that. I think that maybe. I think RNAS Yeovilton. No, Coldrose has one. Don't know about Yeovilton. Probably. I'm not sure. But anyway, we've got flashy over there. Let's have a little looky here now. You know, all sorts of stuff going on. RAF Bally, yep, nice one, Perry, well reminded. Right, let's see what else we're going to get. This is what I love about Mildenhall. You just never know what is going to happen, what you're going to get. It is exciting. So I'm hoping to get you 5 streams this week. Don't think we've got any weather issues this week. But yeah, look out for our North Adventures next month. B-Reg Ford Escort, nice. Brent Mosley, oi oi to you from 15 Wing, Henrietta, how you doing? Hope you're good. Alan Q, Aspen, Davey, Mick Riley, how's it all going? Christopher Carr as well. Paul, Purple Bat. Strut, Folly Road, gosh, yeah, nice. I mean, of course, you know, there are alternatives you can go and view. We do our best to find or use the any official viewing areas or any reasonable viewing areas as well. How we doing? Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall. Packed with history. This has probably been the longest break we've had today, which is by no means very long. There's a few APUs running. I can hear something to the right and over here. So let's see what we're going to get. Also a big shout out to Jeff at AGR for constant support of sending us models to use as well. Big contributor to the channel with our props that we use as well. Thank you very much. Who's just sourced an aircraft that we don't have, which I think I'm going to have to get a bigger van at this rate. Oh, I love it.
see what we got here now. Ooh, right, how we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? How's it all going? So for those that are new to the channel, don't forget we do a lot of historical videos as well that we make, and one of my latest I've got for you on lost airfields. There we go, look at this, look at this. I've been covering episode 13, episode 12 and 13 are both out at the end of, next month, in September. And these are some of the notes that I'm giving you a privilege to have a look at, how it's all organised. This is for the 2nd Division, the 2nd Air Division of the mighty 8th Air Force. And you're probably looking at the Circle H there that you can see of the 446 bomb group. Oh yes, Flixton or RAF Bungie. Oh yeah, you know it is. And it's for lost airfields coming up. And what's interesting, it entwines with episode 9 of Lost Airfields, because on episode 9 we focused on the 355th. Now you're probably thinking, what's going on here, Nikos? What are you talking about? Well, okay, so you may notice a square here at RAF Mildenhall, the square D, all right? There were three geometric shapes to identify which division of the 8th Air Force. So we had a triangle for the 1st Air Division, a circle, which you can see here, predominantly used on the B-24s, I must say, but this was the 2nd Air Division, and a square like this one, the square D, which is featured on the tower, and the KC-135s. This will indicate and tell you that on their B-17s, all their aircraft, the square indicated that they were the 3rd Air Division. All right, so letters, well, you wouldn't want to make it simple, would you? So you just completely randomize them. And once you've got your division, so we've got our circle, once you've got your division, the division fell under a wing. So the 2nd bomb wing, the 14th bomb wing, the 20th bomb wing, which is what the 446 belonged to, and the 95th wing and the 96th bombardment wing. Now each division division were looked after by a fighter wing. Now we've all heard of escorting aircraft such as the P-51, the P-38, and so on, right? So each one was allocated to a fighter wing. Okay, so the fighter wing would be the 65th fighter wing. Get this thing making a racket. Hang on, let's just wait for it. What is it indeed? What is that, Lexus? A Honda. Okay, so the 65th Fighter Wing were looking after the 20th Bomb Wing. All right, so there we go. How cool is that, eh? So we had the 4 fighter group, we had the 56 fighter group, the 355th at Steeple Morden, the Steeple Morden Strafers with their P-47, P-51, the 361st fighter group, who are based at Bottisham, with their P-51 Mustangs. So sorry, each division were looked after by a fighter wing. All right, so there we go. On the tail, you would have had the circle, the H for the 446. If it was a B, letter B would be the 93rd bomb group. The G would have been A to Z, just basically the flight. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A to Z. There were 2 letters as well on the side of the fuselage. They did have squadron markings, or the squadron code. JU, Juliet uniform, would have been the 707th Bomb Squadron of the 446 Bomb Group, who are part of the 2nd Air Division, who are actually part of the 20th Bomb Wing. Got me? Oh, you love it really, don't you? Eh? So that's, there you go. So I'm working on that at the moment. And another thing that I've got, which is really hits at home, which I put together. Someone put that we're watching masters of the air. I think it was wee Stevie boy. Let me just pop this away because it's wind's just picked up a little bit, which is quite annoying, but hey, that's what I've got to deal with. And I was actually chatting to one of the B-17 crew yesterday, and the realism of tactics, again, really amazing when I put this into perspective. Look at this. Look at this. Now, you know, what movies don't tell you, all right, is the realism of both sides, tactics, how to cope with a new aircraft, whether you were the attacking or defending. Don't forget, the B-17 Flying Fortress was named Flying Fortress because it actually looked like a flying fortress. With its 11 or 13 or so machine guns, that was a flying fortress. They didn't think that it would ever need any protection. And let's face it, it would take about 20 attempts, 20 attacks to get one of these down, which, to be honest, I don't know if you've got enough ammo to take one of these down. However, if you think about 1942 of the Augsburg raid, that would have been probably the first time the Luftwaffe would have encountered the Lancaster. At first, they would have been a little bit reluctant, a little bit like, what's this? What's its defence? New aircraft means new capabilities, and new capabilities meant we've got to find a way around it. Now, what I'm going to explain is each of these machine guns, waist gunners, rear gunners, top turret, ball turret, you know, you've got to just add and do the maths. If you had 20 of these in formation, B-17s, and you were this ME-109, if the machine guns were replaced by water jets and they started spraying at you, I would probably bet that you'd probably get wet. It would be almost impossible. So you've got to think of a tactic to take a formation of B-17s down. So they were very effective. They did feel that they didn't need escorting fighters. But, of course, this was going to turn and change the war tactically for both the Luftwaffe and the B-17s. It would probably take about 1,000 rounds to take this completely apart. Probably. But what the Luftwaffe decided and thought, the weakest point, the less defended zone, was at the front. There was only the top turret really, and these machine guns at the front. That's all they were up against when attacking from the front. But we have a bit of a problem. So it would take about 1,000 rounds to take this down from the back, or one bullet for the pilot. That's what the Luftwaffe were thinking. However, it came at a cost. Accuracy was about 200 meters of the cannons of the 109. A streaming run would be about 180 miles per hour of the B-17s. 270 miles per hour, I thought that was probably about right for an attack run, probably for a 109. Put those two speeds together and you've got yourself 450 miles per hour. Put this into perspective. In a mile, in just 8 seconds, they would crash. A kilometre, in 5 seconds, just under 5 seconds, they would actually crash head on. So what I'm saying is the 109 doing this dangerous manoeuvre to try and take out and eliminate the weakest point of the B-17 meant they just had probably 5 seconds to get this right, and then 1 second to shoot. Now with 2 seconds left, that meant 400 meter accuracy. So on the last second, fire and move. And what they had to do, they adjusted the accuracy at 400 meters for the cannons of the 109, which meant on the last 2 seconds, fire, because you've got that accuracy, and you've got 1 second to probably do. I would have thought, I've done it this way, but I reckon they probably did a split S. They may have gone downwards. I think they may have gone downwards. Even though I've drawn it this way, I think they would have probably done a split S on this. Now think about it, it's 201 meters per second this on a combined speed collision course.
It is insane. And not only that, if you did smash this to pieces, you've got the debris, the explosion, other aircraft going into the back of this B-17. This was extremely dangerous maneuver to do, but it was the only way to take out a B-17 in the most dangerous but effective way. So I put that into the lost airfields. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Right, what else we got here, Ted? What we got here, mate? Bit of Mildenhall history, is there? Alright. Let's just pop this here. I'm gonna clamp down the diagrams before we lose it. I can hear an APU running to my right. Doing? What's going on now? Something's going on. I can hear something. Tell you what, I'll chat history, make aircraft appear. Here we go. It usually works, doesn't it? Oh, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall as well. And this is quite a vast station that was once a bomber station, just like RAF Lake and Eve as well, and it really does date back to the 1920s here, in fact the late 20s, and plans to build RAF Mildenhall as a base for bomber command use here at Mildenhall. It was only a year before it was completed that it had a name change. You see, it constructed and finished off in 1934, but in 1933 it was actually going to be called RAF Beck Row, and on the 16th of October 1934 RAF Mildenhall finally opened its runway, and it was King George V that officially dedicated the base, and on the 19th of October Wing Commander F.J. Linnell OBE assumes command, so he was the first commander of the base. Now, a day later, on the 20th of October 1934, an amazing thing happened here. The very first sort of operation wasn't a military one, it was a massive air race. In fact, it was the Royal Aero Club's air race. It was the Mac Robertson air race, and it was an air race from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia. And it was CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black who won in their beautifully coloured red, cherry red DH-88 Comet, labelled or named Grosvenor House, which you can see fly today. I mean, what's that, 90 years old at least? And it's at the Shuttleworth collection at Old Warden. It took them 71 hours, and they won a prize money of 1934 of £10,000. On the 15th of November 1934, the very first squadron arrived here. It was 99 Squadron, and It was who are still flying today, actually, which was really, really nice to see a C-17 of 99 Squadron do circuits here the other day. I don't know if you noticed or heard me say the connection between the C-17 that was doing circuits was 99 Squadron, and it was the very first squadron to operate here, which is amazing. They operate at RAF Brize Norton. The call sign was Black Cat because of the black puma as their mascot, and it became an operational unit here, and they were operating the Handley Page Hayford bomber. And do you know what, because I changed location today, I totally forgot to bring my fact sheet which had the Hayford bomber. It was huge, this Hayford bomber. It was a huge biplane, and it was a bomber. I'll bring you the fact sheet next time. I'll try, if I can remember to bring it tomorrow, I'll show you it anyway, so you can have a look at it. It had a wingspan of 75 feet, length of 58 feet, and it was powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines rated at 525 horsepower. Could take speeds of 142 miles per hour and a payload of 2,500 pounds of payload. Now, that might not sound significant, but for a biplane, yeah, that's pretty good, in my opinion. And in 1935, let the beat control your body, let the beat, sorry, that's too unlimited there. 1935, forming from B flight of 99 Squadron, was a second squadron to operate here, so sort of forming and evolving out of a squadron, which was quite common during World War II, or squadrons during World War I, especially different flights, A flight, B flight, C flight. They would actually, you know, develop into their, or evolve into their own squadron. They formed 38 Squadron. Now, in 1936, although RAF Mildenhall became part of Number 5 Group for 1 month, they moved to, in October of 36, they moved to St Vincent's Hall in Lincolnshire, Grantham, Lincolnshire, back to Bomber County, right? But let's not take away this county here. There were many Bomber Command stations. In fact, the very first group. Sorry, I've lost my tracks there. In 1936, it was Free Group assumed command here. There was 100 Group, there was various groups. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you see many of the traditional village signs, that, you know, the pan painted ones are really nice. They will have a Wellington bomber. It was quite home. The Wellington bomber was quite at home in this part of the country, and by the end of 1936, the conversion to the Hendon Night bombers were undertaken, and in 1936 as well. So from here, about 10 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flies, was RAF Feltwell that opened. So yeah, very close. And April 1937, 149 Squadron arrived with their Vickers Wellington bombers. And in 1938, 99 Squadron also converted to the Wellington bomber. And if I show you the Wellington bomber, just so you got an idea of what it looks like. I've got a different one for you today. I've got a nice one here. Got a very different Wellington bomber. There it is. Look at this. Oh yeah, hope you like this one. The Vickers, oh no, have I lost the propeller on it? Uh-oh, gonna need some repairs on that one. We're gonna have to get some repairs on it. Hang on. So yeah, the Vickers Wellington bomber here. I don't have the others, but here it is, the Vickers Wellington bomber. Usually three blades on the, gosh, a bit windy here. 3 blades on each engine, although one of them here is going to need a bit of work done to it. Famous for its geodetic airframe look. Can you see lots of crisscrosses? If you look at the mesh, the chain link on the fence there, it's pretty much what the airframe was made, and the airfoil inside the structure was made by Barnes Wallis. The legend Barnes Wallis actually designed what was called the geodetic airframe, and it was designed that way for easy assembly and also to take a lot of back damage to be repaired. So although I don't have the very first aircraft, unfortunately, that operated here, I do have something that was here all the way back in 1937. So amazing, isn't it? Look at it. The most produced aircraft of the Royal Air Force, most produced bomber, just over 11,400, made in 16 different types, different variants. I think the Mark II featured a Rolls-Royce engine, Mark III and 10 had the Bristol Hercules engines for more power. They had a few different engines on these, and it was issued by the Air Ministry specification as B932. Now, if you remember in my previous talks, that meant that it was proposed to be developed from 1932. It was also a record breaker as well. But before I tell you about that, during the 1000 bomber raid, it was actually the most participant with 599 aircraft of the 1047 as well. Actually, first flight was on the 15th of June 1936. Its first ever operational history began in 39. On the same day, the United Kingdom declared war on Germany in response, and one of the squadrons here took off with one of these, and I'll tell you about that in just a moment. But yeah, wingspan, all the details here. So the had a crew of 5 or 6. Wingspan was 86 feet 2 inches, 26.26 meters. Length at 64 feet 7 inch. That's 19.69. And powered by the very early marks were powered by 2 Bristol Pegasus at 1050. But it did start to get powered up with better, more powerful engines with a max speed of 235. Had a 4,500 pound of payload to go with that. Also a record breaker as well. They decided at the Broughton factory to smash a world record to assemble a bomber and get it flying as well. The world record at the time was 48 hours. They gave themselves 30. Broughton Aerodrome, we make is now Airbus there, isn't it? I remember the Beluga and the Lancaster were this year they were put together, welcome back, because the PA-474, wasn't it built at Broughton Aerodrome? Broughton factory, not aerodrome. Yeah, so the Beluga was there as well, so that was a nice little photo shoot. So what they did in, I don't know the exact date, but I believe it was in 43, they managed to put this together. They gave themselves a record, a time of 30 hours, but they built it in 23 hours, 50 minutes, and flew it half an hour later or so. How amazing. In fact, they were still taxiing out. I've seen a video of a man just polishing it. They had to call the pilot who was flying the aircraft. They had to wake him up. So obviously they assembled it 7 hours early and flew it in 24 hours and built it in 24 hours. How amazing is that? Anyway, back to a bit of Mildenhall history, although I will need to go and see my man to fix that propeller. Can't be having a dodgy propeller, eh? That wouldn't be good. It wouldn't fly well with that. So there we go. There's a little bit of info on the Wellington bomber, and like I said, it resonates here. If you go to Ely Cathedral, you'll see a lot of the Wellington bomber sort of in the stained glass panels at Ely Cathedral, so do check it out if you're going there. So yeah, back to the Second World War, sorry, on the 3rd of September 1939, just 6 hours after the declaration of war by the United Kingdom. It was 3 Wellingtons in total of 149 Squadron that were operating here, took off for a raid to bomb German battleships in Kiel. Early 1939, we've spoken about this, or we'll speak about this on, hopefully, fingers crossed, Wednesday. We spoke about decoy airfields very briefly. So between 39 and 1940, in between Feltwell and here, so 5.5 miles that way in the direction of the backwards crow flies, RAF, Lakenheath was the site of a decoy airfield. Now we'll go into more detail when we get there, but it was a pretend Mildenhall that they built, a bunker with 2 officers in there operating a Q site. Now a K site was for daytime, so it was a fake daytime operating, so probably had to do a lot more things in the day as far as moving the aircraft around, a little bit more movement to make belief that it was a real active airfield. So I don't know what they would have to do here, but that's interesting. But anyway, Lakenheath was actually a Q site, which meant that it was a fake nighttime activated site, and the purpose of that is to make and deceive the enemy bombers, thinking that it was RAF Mildenhall. So they would have had a fake runway, fake aircraft, so they would have had fake Wellingtons, because that's what was here, the hangars, the bunkers that were protected, and there would have been 2 officers operating a switchboard. And I have got a sort of like a cross section, hand drawn of course by me, of what it would look like. But the problem with some of these Q sites, they were so good that even our own aircraft thought it was the real thing, and accidents were quite recurring. So they had to come up with a system to identify that this isn't the correct runway. It saved Mildenhall 5 times the runway at RAF, at Lakenheath. Can't call it RAF Lakenheath because it wasn't at the time, but it was built eventually before it became. And the last date I can think of was January the 18th, 1940. But anyway, 149 Squadron actually took off for their first night bombing mission here in January, and in 1941 RAF Lakenheath was finally constructed and used as a satellite station for Mildenhall. In November 1941, 149 transitioned to the short Stirling bombers, the larger but stubbier winged short Stirling bomber with a good healthy 14,000 pound of payload. But of course we've spoken about the problems with the short Stirling bomber. But that was the transition here of 149 Squadron to the short Stirling bombers. We spoke about quite a bit about the short Stirling, which I've got here with me right here. Here we go, look at it. And it was built to a specification B12/36. So you could see that, you know, it was built. It was beautiful. Now let me just turn this around. I'm just going to go and have a quick listen. Just one sec. To my radio a minute, one sec. Got something going on here. I'm not sure. Yeah, so B12. Don't know. Something is spooling over there, isn't it? Let's go. Where's my Stirling? Right, Stirling. Here we go. Look at this short Stirling bomber. To scale, are they to scale? I think they are. I think these are to scale. Look at this size difference here. Massive. Although the wingspan not that far out. We'll already have 89 feet on this, and then 99 feet. So not far in it on the feet, but the length is excessive, massive, isn't it? The short Stirling bomber sat about just short of 7 meters. At a good speed of about 280 miles per hour. The problems were really it's when it was fully loaded, fully fueled. But let's talk about a little bit how it was developed. It was, in my opinion, developed from the. If I turn the camera around this way, it was developed from the short Sunderland bomber, which I found out the Mark V actually had a Pratt & Whitney engine in there, which I was quite. Surprised. I didn't know, because you know, it's an aircraft we don't talk about quite a lot. But the short Sunderland, the flying boat, was a 4-engine bomber, and it had this bottom deck. And they removed that on the to make the short Stirling. All right, they kept this angle here because the short Sunderland would have this at an angle for the sea spray. All right. They shortened the wings. Now, you've all heard of the myth. We've busted it here live on the channel. It's got nothing to do with the width of the hangars, why it was restricted, okay? Although the specification did suggest a wingspan of not exceeding 99 feet. Now, here's the myth busting, right? First of all, Avro Lincoln was like 120 feet wide wingspan, all right? I'm just going to move that there a minute. 120 feet, okay? If we go to the Halifax B-17, the Avro Lancaster, 102 feet, 104 feet. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense, and the hangars could be as wide. I think it was something silly like 130 feet it could open up to. So it really isn't to do with the hangars at all. All right. Now, the problems were the stubby wings that they made. All right. Although it did have some pros, the gouge flaps that could retract and make the wings even less wing area for a better stall speed when you don't need the lift. Absolutely amazing. When I saw that, I thought, gosh, this looks like modern stuff. Electric, mechanical, this would open and close like that. Really clever. The bomb bay, amazing. The weapons bay, massive. This massive bay and two smaller weapons bays here as well. These square ones here. Amazing. It could carry 14,000 pounds of payload. However, here's the drawbacks. the Short brothers developed a system where it had two thin divisions here, and that was where the problem came from, because you could only fit 2,000-pound bombs in these, all right, in here, maximum. The RAF, Air Ministry, they were making what, 4,000 pounders, 8,000 pounders, 14,000 pounders, so on and so on. So it was limited to smaller 2,000 pound bombs, which wasn't very good. However, fully fueled, fully loaded, problems happened, because it could only get a service ceiling of 16,500. So if you're going through the Alps, it'd be a very bumpy ride. If you were in a Lancaster or a B-17, you could clear that no problem. All right, so that was a little bit of a problem there. Let's have a look a little bit more. When we got to 1943 though, the role of the Sterling changed. However, previous to that, the pilots loved the Sterling because when it was coming under attack, because of its stubby wings in relation as a ratio to the length, it was able to outmaneuver aircraft such as the 110s, the ME-110s, and other attacking aircraft. You could not do that in a Lancaster, and you certainly couldn't do that in a Halifax, because the earlier design Halifax, because the kidney-shaped tail fins would end up going into a flat spin and losing control, which wasn't very good. But I imagine this to turn very well. Now, because it was made to take 14,000 pound of payload, but it didn't serve very well as opposed to its competitors, such as the Lancaster and the Halifax, it was relegated to towing. And in 1943, in places like Fairford and RAF Brize Norton, the Short Sterlings were the bomber that didn't bomb, because they had the power and the payload, or at least the power to actually tow and be more effective than a Dakota C-47 or a Skytrain, if you want to call it a Skytrain. It was more effective because of the speed, and what it was made originally to do was more effective to tow the Airspeed Oxford and the Horsa gliders. Sorry, not the Airspeed Oxford, what am I talking about? The Horsa gliders, sorry, gliders. I suppose it could still probably tow an Oxford, but anyway. But they found it to be more effective because of the power of 4 engines and what it was made originally to do. So it was actually in towing duties instead. Also carried SOE agents as well. It was used at Tempsford and other clandestine missions. It was used for that as well. But yeah, it was much loved though still, and it was used by 218 Squadron and other squadrons in Operation Glimmer, where they dropped window, which is a form of metal, chaff as we call it today, to confuse the enemy during World War II. Window or chaff, they're like bits of like metal. I've had a look, looks a bit like Brillo pads in some ways. Strips of metal look like Brillo pads. I know, right? Goodness me. But yeah, they would use that to confuse enemy radar. Anyway, back to. Sorry, I think I've gone on one with the Short Sterling, haven't I? Sorry about that. Anyway, I went a bit too much. But anyway, they transitioned to the Sterlings here in 1941. On the 15th of December 1941, 419 Royal Canadian Air Force activated here at Mildenhall, and on the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons of 419 and 17 of 149 took part in the 1,000 bomber raid. And as I explained earlier, of the 1,047 bombers during the 1,000 bomber raid, which was put together by Bomber Harris, or Air Marshal Harris. Is that going off? I thought that was pinging then, that C5. Yeah, 599 of those were actually Vickers Wellingtons. 1942, 75 Squadron replaced 419, and 115 Squadron also arrived, who are even active today. 115, they operate at RAF Wittering with the Grob Tutor. On the 13th of April 1943, 15 Squadron arrived in their Horsa gliders, and Horsa gliders were returned to RAF maintenance for storage by 25 Glider Maintenance Squadron, and they departed for the Mediterranean and that was in the Mediterranean Theatre, that is, in March 1944. On the 10th of August 1943, 622 Bomber Squadron activated from C Flight of 15 Squadron, and then in 1943 Lancasters were here as well, along with Halifaxes. Now, well, I've got some of these here to show you quickly. Before I show you them, on the 22nd of March 1943, Lancaster and Halifax bombers took part in a raid over Big B, as they called it, which was Berlin. It was an 800 bomber mission, and even on D-Day, Mildenhall took part as well. It was 35 Lancasters of 15 and 622 squadrons hit and raided the Atlantic Wall, and a day later more targets were struck as well. December of 1945, we even had B-17s here and arrived with finally the Avro Lincoln, which we spoke about. And the base actually closed in 1947 to 48. I think our C-5 is going out. I'm going to show you the Halifax bomber as well. Here's our Halifax bomber, a great bomber. I mean, it's kind of overshadowed, isn't it, the Halifax bomber, by, you know, the likes of the Lancaster. There's our Sterling. Now, the Sterling bomber, just really quickly, I know I've gone on about the Sterling bomber again, I know, but the Sterling bomber was actually the first heavy 4-engine bomber. You see, because I looked at the Sunderland and I thought, well, it's kind of like a flying boat, but it did have 4 engines. Is it technically a bomber? Is it not? But anyway, the official 4-engine bomber that was going to be released was actually a Supermarine 317. Didn't have a name yet. It was going to be called the Supermarine 317. Oh, there you go. The Supermarine 317. And it was a twin-engine bomber. I believe it had Bristol Hercules. It was going to have Rolls-Royce on the 318 Supermarine. It was 4-engine, and it looked good. And it was designed by R.J. Mitchell. Sadly, R.J. Mitchell passed away. There were 2 prototypes ready to go into, you know, their test flights and everything. This was second. It was called the S29, the Sterling. But sadly, not only did the designer, R.J. Mitchell, pass away, but the only two prototypes of the Supermarine 317 were destroyed by an attack on their factory. So they gave the go-ahead to the Sterling. So if it wasn't for that attack, we may have had a Supermarine 4-engine bomber. But here was our Halifax, and of course, very similar in a way to the Lancaster, although it did have a few teething issues. Teething issues with the kidney-shaped tail fins, which would cause it to go out of control. The flames coming out of the exhausts from nighttime operations. Again, Luftwaffe would look out into the sky at night, see some flames, easy target. The pilot would say they would just aim right in the middle of the flames, of the four flames coming out of the engines. Job done. They did introduce dampeners, which you can see in some of the bombers. However, they are draggy. They are susceptible to being quite draggy. That was the only sort of negative about them. However, it would make sure that you weren't seen at night. The only problem is, you probably think, why didn't they put dampeners on them in the first place? You see, the Royal Air Force were doing daylight bombing missions. Flames coming out of the exhaust weren't an issue until they switched to nighttime. We've all heard this before, that the RAF didn't do any daylight bombing missions in the end. They did do some. It wasn't a complete stop, although the statistics suggested that there wasn't going to be a bomber command force if it carried on like that. There were some daylight bombing raids. I can definitely hear aircraft. Let me have a little look around. Can you hear that? I can hear that. Must be flexing. Anyway, I hope you find my information useful just before I go into more detail. Nessun dorma. Now, I think that's going out in a minute. Ah, it's going out soon, isn't it? Oh yeah. It's gonna shake the place. And I think we've got see, it's packed with history here, and I haven't even gone on to the I haven't even talked about the SR-71 yet. What? Did you just say SR-71? Yeah, I did. It was here. Something's taxiing. Well, something is taxiing. Don't know what it is. It's not that. Teddy bears. So yeah, the Mildenhall, once it finally opened,
KC right down the bottom there.
okay, yes, so Mildenhall in July 1948. Mind you, in 1948, Lakenheath changed to United States Air Force as a host, speaking of that. And in July 1948, 230 Operational Conversion Unit were here to train Lancaster pilots on the new large Avro Lincoln. Now, the Avro Lincoln had a 120-foot wingspan, much larger than the Lancaster. It was designed really with more power to take the 22,000-pound Grand Slam bomb and other things like that. 30,500 service ceiling, 310 miles per hour, and a Rolls-Royce Merlin 85 or 80, or Packard 85s. Amazing. Because what they started doing when they added the Grand Slam to the existing Lancaster, which needed a lot of modification, don't forget, they took out the top turret, etc. Sorry, Packard Merlin 68 still were powered at, rated at 1750. So yeah, what they did, they decided to make an aircraft specially for the, to have the Grand Slam bomb. You see, once they started to modify the existing Lancaster, they found that it wasn't very manoeuvrable. It wasn't really made for £22,000. And there's not many aircraft that can actually take that today, and yet they did. Right, got a KC-135 taxiing now. The KC-135 Strato tankers of the 100th Air Refueling Wing arrived here in February 1992. Amazing to think that the first flight of the KC-135 was on the 31st of August 1956. The KC-135R is powered by 4 C-5M International F-108s. They're CF100 turbofan engines. Now they're rated at 21,600 pounds of thrust each, and they got 4 of them. We'll have that. So you may notice a square D as it just waiting for it to taxi. Come on. Oh yeah, I love that sound. Listen to this. Hopefully it uses the entire runway. So yeah, we had B-17s here for training, not on a permanent deployment or anything. We had modified Lancasters here with even a bottom turret as well, believe it or not. And then literally from 1950, here we go, to 59, it really came under Strategic Air Command here. Famous square D, which is the only Second World War tail marking actively operational today. So, if you've been listening today, put in the comments which division of the mighty 8th Air Force during the Second World War is the square. Put it in the comments, which division? First, second or third? So you may have this on the bingo cards, because I think it is Wolfpack. And it is. Yeah, which division of the mighty 8th Air Force was the square? First flight, 13th of January 1959, as the KC-135A redesignated to the KC-135R. Wow, thanks Perry. Let me just move that over a little bit there. And that was in 26th of Feb 1991. Right, is it going to turn left to see us? Please turn left. Come on. Oh, never mind. Here we go. Let's ride heavy. Big Iron Monday. Here we go.
So the correct answer, square, was the 3rd Air Division of the 8th Air Force of World War II. Today it's part of the 3rd Air Force, one of the original 10 Air Forces that were made. There are 10 units. Included is Aviano's 31st Fighter Wing and Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wings. Still an APU running to my right. What's happening to the spotlight? So departure details coming out for the there's all sorts going on here. Welcome. C5 will be going out at some point, I hope, on our stream. Yeah, so for those that are unfamiliar, if you've been watching Masters of the Air, if you've been watching Masters of the Air, ladies, gents and teddy bears, you would have seen the B-17s with the square D, which is the 100th Bomb Group. Now, it's the same as today's 100th. Today, the 100th Air Refueling Wing, they've been redesignated as an Air Refueling Wing. They're no longer a bomb group. In fact, they've got wing status now as well. But that square D will always be with them, but in this instance they're allowed to fly it operationally. You will also see the nose art that you would have seen on the B-17s actually put on the KC-135s. There's only the one squadron that fly of the 100th, not all 4. There's the square D. Now, you would have actually had this square D on the B-17s when they were operating at Thorpe Abbott Station 139, which again is on Masters of the Air. So just imagine that square D on the B-17s, the lineage, the route, the bloodline. In fact, the nickname of the 100th Air Refueling Wing is the 100th Bomb Group's name, which was the bloody 100th. They got that name because, not because they had the most losses, but they suffered the most on any one mission. And that's the connection. And they arrived here on the February 1992. In fact, it's the 351st Air Refueling Squadron. So if you look at Masters of the Air, any squadron, any B-17 that had any squadron marking on the side of the B-17 that had Echo Papa, that is what you're looking for today's squadron who operate here at Mildenhall. They're the 351st Air Refueling Squadron. So when they were stationed at Thorpe Abbott, they were the 351st Bomb Squadron. So yeah, they arrived at Station 139, the Echelon, the crew. They set sail on the RMS Queen Elizabeth. They were bound for Poddington from New York.
and then the air echelon together with the crew moved to Thorpe Abbots, which is what, 25 miles from here or so, which is in Norfolk. And it was on the June the 25th 1943 the 100th Bomb Group flew its first 8 Air Force combat mission, and it was bombing U-boats at Bremen. And the beginning of the bloody 100th's legacy began. They were focusing more on industrial plants, naval facilities, German airfields, all over the European theatre. But they inherited the bloody 100th. Like I said, the nickname came because of severe losses in several missions. One of them being the Munster raid, 10th of October 1943. So because they moved back in 92 here, back to the UK, this is probably the reasons behind them. This is the reasons behind them operating with their Second World War II marking. So they had the 349th, 350th, 351st and 418th bomb squadrons, and it's only the Echo Papa squadron coded 351st Air Refeuling Squadron that operate today. Again, you may notice the station crest is exactly the same as RAF Lakenheath's and Brampton, Alconbury, Green and Common, Upper Hayford. All because of support command. It's called a close copy. The only difference being is the name of your station. Oh, what's pinging? Something's flashy. I've got flashy on that what? Is that the C5? Yeah, we've got flashy. In fact, the 351st spent some time at RAF Brize Norton with the B-47 Stratojets. So just really quickly, mind you, there's never really quickly here on the channel. Oh, it's happening here today. It's happening. Right, let's have a looky here what we got here. So the C5 Galaxy, C-5M Super Galaxy even. This is Super Galaxy. Named after the chocolate? No, just kidding. Now, the very early design studies for this very extremely large started life off as the C-5A, I guess. When it was designed, or they wanted a military airlift command, MATS, began in 1963, and there was a requirement for a 600,000 pound aircraft known as, at the time, it was designated as a CX-4. This and other requirements later on, it sort of crystallized into a specification known as CX-HLS, which stands for Cargo Experimental Heavy Logistics Salmon System. Following an initial design competition, because that was what you would do, you would always go head to head with someone because you want the contract, which means, you know, staff, money, employment. But in May 1964, Boeing, Douglas and Lockheed were contracted to develop their designs further. So there was 3 different companies going for it. Now at this time the requirement was for a 700,000 pounder, and it was designated as a C-5A. In October 1965, Lockheed was nominated as the prime contractor for the airframe. Now construction started off in 1966 in August, and the prototype flew its first ever time in June the 30th, 1968. So there was an initial fixed price contract for 53 production products. Options included a production of up to 57 additional aircraft, the Run B, and 85 more in Run C. So target total price at the time for 115 aircraft was more than $1.9 billion. The total program cost was just $3.4 billion. Why not? And because of the escalating costs, the Air Force exercised this option on Run B in January 1969, but it limited it to a number of 23, bringing the total to 81 aircraft in the end. The Galaxy has been literally subject to 3 major modification programs: changes to the cargo ramp, fastening system, the failure of which did have a few problems. There was replacements to the upper and cargo deck floors, which were corroded. See, I've always said this: aircraft in time will tell its tale. You need to see. It's like the Halifax, the Avro Manchester as well. All these, I mean, we're talking about World War II aircraft here, but this was not that far out from it, you know. But anyway, it was eventually awarded, and the contract to Lockheed for the manufacture of 2 new wing sets. And here we are, bringing you the Super Galaxy now. Now, this is a Super Galaxy. It took its first flight 30th of June 1968. They had the C-5A between 68 and 73, and the C-5B between 85 and 1989. So the Super Galaxy was really a saviour to the ageing airframes of that time. And following the C-5's airframe service life, the Air Mobility Command began a program to modernise the remaining C-5Bs and Cs and many of the C-5As. To modernise the avionics to a C-5 avionics program that began in '98, and the first flight of the C-5 with AMP occurred on the 21st of December 2002. So if you ever see tail serial 850004, that's our first flight of the AMP version. They introduced new engines, General Electric's F138G 100s, new pylons, power units, upgrade to the aircraft skin, 18th of July 2017, C-5's based at Dover. Sorry, they're based at Dover, that's what I was trying to say. Okay, the C-5M can take 281,000 pounds, that's 127,459 kilos. That's 36 master pallets, that's 469 litre pallets. Wingspan of 222, that's 222 feet and 9 inches, 67.89 metres. Powered by the General Electric F138-100 turbofans. Now they punch out 51,000 pounds of thrust each. Max speed Mach 0.79, which is 532 miles per hour. Got a range of 4,800 nautical miles, that's 5,500 miles. Or for those in new money, 8,900 kilometres. And that's with some cargo as well. Thrust to weight on this is 0.26. Wow. Doing a few of its checks. Thanks everyone that's tuned in. So if you just tuned in, ladies and teddy bears, don't forget to hit the like button and of course subscribe to your one and only military aviation channel, the Ted Coningsby channel. Looks like we've got something else going on tonight. Sounds like we've got another KC-135. Got another KC-135 going out.
Although it's breakdancing on ADSB.
Okay. Here we go. Oh. Okay, get ready. So we're quite fortunate enough to get to runway 10, which is all good, which is just here. We'll see. Sometimes they can use the whole of the runway. So, I think C5s are based at Kelly, Altus, Travis, Stewart, Westover and Dover. If I've missed any, I do apologise, but so we've got Massachusetts, the Westover Air Reserve Base, Texas, the Lackland Air Force Base, Dover Air Base, Delaware, Travis Air Force Base, California. I think that's right. I might have missed one. I don't know why, I've got a feeling I missed one. I'll go with that final answer. Right, so we've got a KC-135 going out. Sounds good. Get ready. Here we go. So, in 1973, at HQ of Support Command formed at RAF Brampton, featuring a station crest allocated to its Support Command stations, and those being Greenham Common, Upper Hayford, Mildenhall, RAF Lakenheath, Kirk Newton and a few others, which mean they all share the same station crest, and it's featured on the KC-135s as well, and you'll be able to see it. And I've just been informed by Perry to keep a lookout, because we believe they may have changed it to the different crown, of course, with King Charles III. Let's have a look. So that was Support Command. I think Alconbury, I'm trying to think, was Alconbury one of Support Command? I know Brampton was. So here we go, look. So it has a crown inside the badge, that is. It was a crown with a Ionian Greek pillar inside the crown with an eagle. But on top, yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it? It does look like the other, oh, do you know what? I forgot the name of the two different crowns. Was it two? Let's have a look. Anyway, that's just a bit of extra info for you. So for those playing the bingo, who we got here? Is that Rosie's Rivets? Rosie's Riveters. Yeah, well spotted, Perry. I'll go with that. That is the, shall we say, the King's Crown, although I totally forgot the names now. I mean, I know them as King and Queen's Crown, but I'm pretty sure there's a particular name. Can I get away with King's Crown now? Yeah, I know they got a name. Is it the Herald and the Tudor Crown? I don't know why those are in my head. I know them as King and Queen's Crown, but there you go. Look, that is the new crown, isn't it? That was put on there. So yeah, that's called a close copy when you've got badges that are very similar. Well, welcome to RAF Mildenhall, and it's certainly been a heavyweight Monday today. Big iron. go. Will it use the whole runway? Let's find out. Hang on. Here we go. Send it. Beautiful. Nice smooth departure. The gas stations of the skies. Off they go. Can be configured to have the basket at the back, the drogue and probe method of air-to-air refueling. Can have the two pods as well as a boomstick on the back. Beautiful. Right. Oh, hello. This is yeah, check this out. Check out the front all opened up for the cargo. Summer Mottron, Craig Bruce, Alex Blackcap, Mark Moody, Purple Bat, Edward Coate, Summer Mottron, Gucci Man, Margot, Davey. Hope we're all good. I'm going to go and quickly have something to eat while I can, because it's, well, who would have thought Mildenhall will be the place where I can't have my tea and food. Be right back. Oh, right. What, over there, right at the front?
Yeah.
It used to be a viewing area. Yeah, but there's no issues.
Oh yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I want to go back again.
You need to do that for the week
Good.
and then
The beach resort.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was so good. Someone should do that. Yeah.
Mate, I got to commend you as well. Your footage of that.
I love that. That was hilarious.
The first one you did, like, never doing that again. Then same thing. Oh, absolutely
So
amazing.
windy.
Yeah, to do that as well. Yeah, I mean, even in these conditions, it wouldn't be easy to do. So later.
It just happened to be quite dark. The bomb itself was quite dark, which helped.
Yes.
Otherwise, I would have been like.
That's awesome. Oh, what you it's crazy. All of that. They're the ones that said. The message was like, look at that, I'm trying to drive. But yeah, just seeing so many parts of this
C-130s are parked up. Yeah, they're nice.
Just crazy.
Lovely.
I don't think you'd see that anywhere else. It's amazing.
Yeah,
thought I'll have a nice break. Tell you what, I actually forgot what I was doing here for a minute. All is good. I hope you're all well, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're hoping to catch this before we finish our show. So let's see what we can do. We'll probably finish off our show nicely. Yeah, might not even go out today, just don't know. It's just one of those things, but let's hope we can get this on our show today. Ted, how you doing, mate? And there he is, squad leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. Hope we're all good, Ted. And my goal, the AV spotter with 14 months membership. Check you out. It's great to be back after loads of schoolwork and a 2-week long holiday, and even got to celebrate going into year 6. Big regards to you all. Thank you very much. Nicely said. Thank you. We Stevie boy as well. Bid for the lost airfield notes to give to Marco. Thank you very much for the super chat. Paul Norman, member for 4 months. Hello Nicholas and Paul and Flying Family. Thank you very much. Summer Watchorn, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Always good. Don't forget you can support the Ted Coningsby channel through our membership, and you can come and join us. Stephen Billings, Air Godzilla, member for 22 months. Thank you very much. What we've got a bit of specs here. C5, 65 foot 1 inch. The A330, A380, 79 inch and 7. Tail heights, nice. Thanks for that. Boy Stevie boy, thanks for the super sticker. Rob Kennard as well, thank you as well for the super sticker. And Philip Knoll, what a great day at Coningsby with the with 41 Squadron, with Sammy B, 2 1/7 scale Typhoons, and a micro Teds in the cockpit. Thank you very much for doing that. That was really good. Thank you, Nicholas, for introducing him to us, and keep up the great work. And thank you as well, God's march to you both, Sammy B and Philip Knoll, for doing that and actually making little mini Teds to. Probably they may have been to scale, I would have thought, right? Guards March. Or were they? They looked about right, to be honest. Maybe you made Ted at a 1/7 scale. You'll have to let me know, but it looked about right. Well, we've had a good day really. We've had loads of movements, loads of departures, landings. We've had the CV-22, we've had the C5, KC-135 and an MC-130, which is very good. We've had lots of KC-135s today. Tom Cruise just going past.
right there now. Name's Reggie, part of RAF Regiment. What we doing around? That's a Gurnett plane in there now. What is this here now? It's a big one. I think I'm here to put some chuckins in that there now. What up? How doing, y'all? Hey, you alright there, Casey? How you doing? Look at that Gurnett plane. What's this thing now? What we got here now? That's a C-5 Super Galaxy. How you doing? Oh, that's alright now. What does it do? What exactly is it for there now? That is a heavy airlift aircraft. It can take a lot of chucking in that one. Oh, right there now. Is it going to need chucking in there now? I don't know, sir, but you'd have to go and have a look. Oh, right. Sounds pretty good. A C-5 Galaxy. I remember the C-5 Galaxies back in my days. We used to cycle on them there now. Yeah, well, these are heavy airlifts, sir. All right. Do you ever work on them there? No. Indeed, sir. That's right. Been working on them today. Loading up the cargo. Take a lot of pallets, about 36 giant pallets. Yep. Oh, pallets of what there now? Chucking. Oh, you said it like me there now. I love chucking. What is that chucking in there? Yeah, we got smoked, we got fried, whatever you want. Oh, well, I'll take a super combo meal. Followed by there, I'll have some chips and some gravy. What are you doing? I'm ordering some food. You said you got food. But I don't need no takeaway, sir. I'm part of the LRS, Logistics Readiness Squadron. Oh, I thought you were trying to sell me some chucking. Well, I ain't no good there now. Well, I got what you need. Follow me. Be right back there now.
How are you? My name is, Hucknall. How are you? Oh, is there something I said? Hey, holding back those years?
Oh, that was good, that. Just got me chucking fed. A lot of chucking in there, isn't there now? What's that? There's a tiddly plane up there now. Yeah, I've been hearing these pretty little planes flying around there now. Oh no, here comes trouble.
Hi, you. Hi, I'm Ted. I've got your results for your test, your blood test there.
Oh no, I'm fine there, thank you very much now.
Yeah, but I've got to say, if you're okay, sweet buns, it's like, you basically passed, but you got a little high content in your protein levels. You got a lot of chicken. We had a look under the microscope. They look a bit like refrigerators, and some of your blood cells look like they were forming a KFC.
Oh, I don't know about me. I think you got them mixed up with the other Reggie.
I don't think so. So we're going to have to put you on a special health regime. You're going to have to cut down on your protein or start running. We'll have to put you on a different course there now to make sure that you're okay.
Oh, I don't know. I think I'm all right there, Doc.
Yeah, maybe just up your jacket there. Yeah, look presentable and smart on the street there. There you go. There you go, can you see?
Oh, I think it looks a lot better there now.
Yeah, so maybe we should put you on a special diet of lots of chucking.
Oh, yes, please, Doc. Yes, please.
Yeah, so if you just take this order there to the local kebab shop, you'll be just fine.
Oh, thank you very much, Doc. Thank you.
Always happy to help.
Right, how we doing with the C-5 Galaxy? Hope it's all good there.
Bundesliga. Jens, how are you? Yes, very good. Hope you're well. I'm Jens from Germany. I hope you're good. Hello, yes, Jens. My good friend Vicky, how are you? Are you okay? What's the matter? Are you okay? Dear, what's the matter with him? Das Pferd. Yes, I must ride. Bundes to the Leipzig. What is going on with these?
Not sure what happened to Wingy there. That was a very not actually sure what happened to Wingy there. He was there where's his... He may have lost his chip bag. I think that's what's happened. Wingy, where's your chip bag?
To perform a super trick, spot the Klinsmann. Keep you happy. Yes, it's good. Look at this. Yes, the Klinsmann skills are beautiful.
Right, just gonna have a cup of tea. Have a little listen into the scan, see what's going on.
Wow, this is going to keep us waiting, isn't it? It's me, come on. Right, let's get back up on the show. Oh dear. Tell you what, I didn't even put the glad my camera's still going. I've left it out here without the cover on and it's absolutely baking up here. Okay, so ladies, gents, teddy bears, we spoke about the history today, about the base right up to sort of, I think we left it at 1948, 1950. In 1950, for those that have tuned into the brilliant, I love that talk history, and things start happening. Let's have a look. Looks like, yeah, amazing. We might get the that MC-130J on its way. How cool is that? Oh well, just about to chat history. No worries. Love it. Yeah, I was going to say between 1950 and 59. Mildenhall was a joint Royal Air Force and United States Air Force base until 1959, where it was solely, and has been since 1959, solely operated by the United States Air Force. Lilo Double Fly, how you doing? Hope you're good. Good to see you on here. Simon Mottron, Margot Baxter, Blocks, G Van Pulliam, Wee Stevie Boy, Philip Goodfellow, Mark Moody, hope you're good. And we are just hoping this will go off. Nice to see this depart. MC-130J Commando 2. Just in view now. Let's have a look here. Been a good day really at Mildenhall with lots of movement and a variety, which is always good.
Looks like a circuit coming up on initial. Gear down. Oh, what's this? Was amazing the way the pilot dipped the nose down there. Beautiful. Oh, I hope you got to see that. That was incredible. I mean, it looked like a low approach at that point, and then I mean, clearly not. Wow, incredible stuff. That's why we like military. Awesome. Yes, I think this may this may have a few, a bit of troubleshooting going on this, I think. Never mind. That would have basically, we would have seen that one to finish the show. So we'll stick to our 1500 finish time. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to catch it today. Never mind, we got to see it land, which was exceptional. Well, we've got another departure to enjoy. Wouldn't surprise me if it's that that MC-130J. Well, I think that's going out again. Did this last time, didn't it? This is so good. That's why I love Mildenhall. You just come here and just the variety you get is exceptional, isn't it? It really is. And even last week we had some F-35s as well, just to mix it up. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. Haven't had the chance to give you the full history. We've got as far as the Cold War here at Mildenhall, but that's fine. No worries. Welcome to the show here at Mildenhall. We're in the Nook campsite here. It's amazing. It's really, really good. Love it here. So fortunate to be able to come here, and it is just £2 per person. It is, I mean, you can't go wrong with that. That is just amazing, and hoping to give you a full week of fun this week. A good old classic Ted Coningsby week. Hopefully, you know, sorry, there won't be any Marham this week, I don't think. Don't think so, but leave that with me. But there'll be a bit of Lakenheath, a bit of Mildenhall, Coningsby. See what we could do there now. I'll see what else I can do. I'll ask Ted to make a few calls and see what else we can get. But I mean, this was last minute, last night, literally, just completely changed it. It was supposed to be Coningsby today, but I've you know, just mixed it up a little bit. And the good news is the wind is really blowing to the east tomorrow at Coningsby. So Ted HQ tomorrow. If you're there, give us an oi. Looking forward to going back, because I haven't been there for a while actually. Mind you, it was 10 days ago. It feels like a while ago. But yeah, as predicted, it is the MC-130J going back out. Rocket. Okay, here we go.
Gracefully done, isn't it? I'm not sure what's going on with the C-5. I can hear an APU to the right of me and something going on over there as well by the C5, as in an APU or something. This was pretty sure it was supposed to go out, but must have had a few issues, I think, but never mind, that's the way it is. We'll just get what we can. There's something over there. Can you hear that? Dee 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 dee.
Can we get a
see what's going on. It's going down.
Sounds like the C5 is spooling, but very hard to tell. How you doing, Ground Crew Drew here? Hope you're all good. What's going on? Yeah, just a few issues on this. My name's Ground Crew Drew, that's right. I've been working with the LRS, that's right, part of the QA. That's Logistics Readiness Squadron to you. How's it all going? Hope you're all well. Just been enjoying the current bun, really. I hope you all had a good time. I hear a few lucky bears went to Llandudno. What's going on? So it's going on, isn't it? Hey, you alright there?
Yes. You gotta help me.
What's the matter with you?
You gotta help me.
Well, what's wrong? Slow down, slow down.
I can't. What's going on? Oh, I've seen something disturbing.
But what is it? Right, you need to calm down. Oh my goodness me. You need to calm down.
Oh, I can't get over it.
Well, what is it?
Someone's drinking Earl Grey with lemon. I can't cope with that. It's too posh. Too posh.
Well, I hope he's alright. I wonder how he reacts to people to put evaporated milk in coffee, innit? But I'll tell you what, when I used to work at a supermarket, someone asked me for evaporated milk once, and I said, don't know where it went, couldn't see it. Never mind. Right, must go and get on with this C5. See ya! Thanks, man. Does sound like we've got another MC-130 starting up as well. I'll just let that go into the sun for a sec. Mind you, it might turn a bit sharper, you never know here. But it's been a great day here at Mildenhall, and we're going to finish up at 1500. And as I feel that the C5 may have a few issues, sadly. That's not, you know, please don't take that as right as rain, I don't know, it just looks like it. Might be perfectly fine, just doing a few extra checks. Could be anything from a flight plan being rejected to, I don't know, anything. Could be anything, I don't know. And I can't see it going up anytime soon now. Especially with the front opened out like that. Anyway, in the meantime, enjoy. At least we got to see it come in. So, just coming up to 13:40 GMT. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good and feeling well. It's been a very good day. I've certainly enjoyed it myself as well. Lots of variety of aircraft today with that C5, and just need the RJ really, wouldn't it, to complete this? It's been good. Little bit of water before I catch the rest. Just kidding. I have no idea where the C-5 is from, but one of those 6 bases I mentioned earlier today. Probably from Dover. Maybe from Dover? Do you think from Dover Air Force Base? Yeah, maybe. How you all doing? Hope you're all good. We are just coming up to our last few moments of our show. We've got the MC-130J just coming in now for another circuit, I believe. Going to finish around about 1400 GMT. CV-22 Osprey pinging as well. I do say about 1400 GMT because you never know with this place. It could all start kicking off, which is all good, you know. MC-130J just approaching now in the distance, but we've got to see the C-5 coming into land today. It came from Dover Air Force Base, part of the, I think this could be part of the 9th Airlift Squadron of the 436 Airlift Wing, and the squadron that fly it to the 9th Airlift Squadron. They do have another squadron that fly those. It's the 709th Airlift Squadron. Okay, here comes our MC-130J. C-17, whether that's coming here or Lakenheath or somewhere else. Let's have a looky here now. Right, maybe we've got time for one more circuit from the MC-130J before we depart ourselves. Hope you've all enjoyed it. Ted got to have a few minutes dancing with the D-Day darlings yesterday at Duxford. We had a good time at Duxford, didn't we, Ted? And Claire Bear. It was a special Roll of Honour B-17 with Sally B. Doncaster Lass, thank you very much for your super chat. A Guards March to you. Ted got overexcited of dancing with those lovely ladies at Valley. It was Duxford. How ironic. I was just about to read the next set of super chats, and there you are. Yep, they were the D-Day darlings. They are. They have been. They've been. If I remember correctly, they have been signed a contract. They were on TV a few times, I think, as well, with certain shows. Anonymous, thank you very much. The C5 dropping mine and Margot's new tornadoes off FGR5's Guards March. Thank you very much for the super chat. And Anonymous again with another super chat. Thank you very much. I love a cuppa, but lemon, behave. I think Wingy found it a bit too posh with his Earl Grey. I think we might be able to get one more. Let's have a look at this MC-130 before we go. Good day today, good day, very good. Nice start with the C5 landing. We had quite a few departures from the KC-135 and MC-130s, and then the CV-22 Osprey as well, going for a little air test with a circuit. MC-130J just now turning on long final just now. Just about to go over Ely. Hope you're all good and in the green and well, because it's been a good day, hasn't it? It's been a fun day, really. It's almost been non-stop, hasn't it? It's been pretty good. Almost non-stop. Thanks for getting us to 1,000 likes earlier as well. Thank you for all of you who have hit the like button and given us a thumbs up as well. Mark Moody, you're welcome. We've needed this today. It's been good fun. Don't forget Ted HQ tomorrow. It was due to be on yet today, but mind you, technically it was due to be on yesterday, really, wasn't it? With my little, yeah, I didn't update the time, so it looked like it was going on yesterday, and then it went to today and then tomorrow. So I will see you tomorrow. Baber, how you doing as well? So it's just turning round now. It's just about to go over Ely now, so should be able to see it very soon. It's been good fun. That's it. That's the main thing, isn't it? As long as we all had a good time, good fun. And we're going to pack up after this arrival. Last movement of the day. We were waiting and waiting. I was going to actually end it when this took off, but it's not going to be doing that now. Don't think we'll be finishing anytime soon. I don't know if you can hear that. Can you hear it? Yep. Can you hear that? That is the sound of you're not going home yet. You can't leave with that going on. Whether it's a ground run or not, you just can't. Nope. Go some more flexing from the CV-22. Yeah, give me some of that. What have we got here now? Got the capture window.
looks like, it sounds like we've got the CV-22 taxiing this as well, I think. Oh yeah. Look at this. Yeah, we have as well. Look at this, it's moving. .36 feet, those blades, those rotors, look at them, and yet the Chinook is like 60 foot. Oh, laid me a slap. Special Operations Squadron, here they are, look, and their CV-22 Osprey, rack 'em. 15 that is. Oh yeah. Love it, love it, love it. Let me just have a look at something. I've got there's a couple of KC-135s floating around. Hang on. What you doing? What you saying?
How you doing? All right? Good. Yeah, it's good, thank you. Yeah, all good. You? That's all right. It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Sorry? Oh yeah. Oh, it's always good. Okay, that was the Osprey back round, and the C-130, and then we've got two KC-135s. Possibly heading back, but not sure if we're going to be there to catch them. Let's have a look. The Osprey's just coming back now to land. Here we go.
MC-130.
Monka 007, good to see you on here. Oi to you. Yeah, it's been a good day. Very good. Liberator 7-4, all good. Davey, Karen, Simon, Aspen, Mark, Moody, how you doing? Philip, good fellow, how you all doing? Blue Stevie Boy. Perez, Macman Bush, another Airflex, Indy. Oh man, what's going on behind me? Hang on. Give me some of this. Give me some of this. Give me some of this. There you go. You're going to dip down. Let's have a look. Don't you point that MC-130 at me. Goodness me, the runway's there, man. Just kidding there. Is this actually going to touch down from that position? This is That is incredible. Salmon and my face were in alignment. That was so good. Oh, up you go. Look at this. Well, you've got to fly, you've got to have these skills if you are special operations. Oh yes. Well, we certainly ended it on a high anyway. Let's have a look what this is going to do. It's certainly giving it some. Like I said, this is the Special Operations Command at its finest with this sort of flying.
Get you the perspective by zooming out, see what we're dealing with here. There's been a few lovely tactical approaches. Look at this. KC-135 nearby. He's nearby as well. KC-135 as well, out by just approaching Ely. It's all go here, innit?
get 2 in the shot. Yeah, we might get 2 in the shot here. Let's have a look.
Well, I don't think anyone's going home today. Look at this. Back up you go. Oi, oi. We'll make this our last one as well. Here we go. Excuse me.
Ted. It's been a great day. I hope you've all enjoyed it. Don't forget, Mildenhall is a 24-hour base, although the viewing area isn't, by the way, so please do check the times when you come here. Finishing up now, and a few more guards marches before we say goodbye to everyone. It's been absolutely brilliant. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you so much. Oh, hang on, reverse parking. Wheelchair Robinson, well done, 24 months membership, 2 years, nice one Clive, hope you're all good, man. Nice to see you on here, Clive. John Parrott, not the snooker player, member for 10 months, Guards March. Karen Hutting, high five and a Guards March to you as well. So we'll just finish up now, but I'll probably get you that final shot with this KC-135 just running in now. It's been an amazing day. So Team Mildenhall, thank you very much. RAF Mildenhall, thank you to the USAF as well. Thank you very much for all you do. And all of our viewers and members, thank you so much. Thank you to our subscribers and members as well. Thank you, honestly. Absolutely incredible for your support, and do watch the video at the end of this that I'll put on, a little TED advert. Do think about supporting the channel through membership, because it does help put fuel in the van, keeps the van serviceable, so we can go around the country and bring you live military aviation, and also new cables which we've had to get, and camera repairs and servicing, and it all helps from your membership. So thank you all so much for what you do. Take care, see ya. And honestly, thank you, and do think about it. It just starts from $1.99 a month. We do give you discount as well on our membership, on our online store, on our merchandise as well. So we do give you perks back as well, and the way we can thank you for that is to give you exclusive discount on our merchandise. Do check out tedconingsby.co.uk. And just a massive thank you for those members and those that have joined today, and those that gift membership as well. It really does help so much. And there are 3 levels of membership to have a look at, and we're about to put a little advert on in just a moment as well. We've got the KC-135 coming in now, and what a great way to finish off the day. And take care, see you tomorrow, man. Take care. A great way to finish up, it really is, and amazing. The channel is continuing to climb all the time, and that rhymes, doesn't it, Teddy? Yeah. So thank you very much. So we'll just finish the scenes off with this. Thank you, everyone, and for the last time for today, it's see you soon. Wish you well. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator, and this is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. So for the last time and the first time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well, everyone. Take care. yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and yeah! Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED too. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Golf India, Brize Norton,